Hello. I'm in here a little bit later than usual, but that's because I was having this very wood stove cleaned. And I was catching up on some of my other work as well. But doing a couple of plugins, including one for this coming weekend. Looking forward to that. That should go well. But when the chimney sweeps arrived, I decided that what I wanted to do was switch over to the game coding thing. And I even showed them what I was doing, and it went over pretty well. Like, oh, neat. So I'm going to do a little bit more of that today. And we're going to get this freshly cleaned wood stove going. I also dug a bunch of tinder out from behind this particular wood pile, which I'm glad that I saw it, because that is not the sort of thing I want to see hanging around. Of all the places you want lots of incredibly flammable tinder, probably the last place you want that is like literally underneath your wood piles that are not supposed to burst into flames. I get used to not having that be worrying because the way my stuff is kind of arranged, sparks can't really get out of this thing. But all the same, it's worth being concerned of, I don't know, possibilities, I guess you'd call it. I'm also unlikely to need lots of wood stove heat because I'm still working on clearing out that fuel oil tank. That's something that is clearly going to have to happen. They have a better vacuum cleaner than mine. Everything in here looks outrageously free of ash or dust. But yeah, that ought to hang in there for a moment. Yeah. Excuse me. Also, give me a moment. Kind of all discombobulated today. That's normal. Which is not to say that it's necessarily normal for me to be all screwed up, but anytime I have something happening like that, like the chimney sweeps are coming in, and so therefore I have to be ready to have them show up anytime between noon and 3. They came early, which is handy. I'm not really going to be able to focus on doing anything else, and I'm amazed I was able to get as much done as I did. I was working on a bit of a secret project, which I have not told you about directly. But I do also have a non-secret project, namely this nonsense, and I thought I'd fool with this a little bit today. So observe the behavior. This is a rather high level of this game. Also observe this. can go there. I guess we'll see how that do. Meanwhile, I am totally being snuck up on by a rock. Let's not have that. So you remember this game, but you might not have noticed that there was a points thing on there. But you might not expect what it does when I use it. For instance, see what happened to the points thing? I'm consuming my score in points. And the high-speed firing goes through them real fast. But also observe this. Here, I figured this thing out where, like, I can incentivize hitting the rocks because what I can do is take the score, take whatever rock it is that we generated, for instance, that one. I went from 35 to 48 points that way. And then that gave me 47. And that gave me 46. So what was happening there was it didn't create a new rock. But if I go up to a huge one like this and shoot it once, watch what happens to the points. Suddenly 395 points. Suddenly 608. And then if I really go, pew. Well, hey, you get a number of points that are pretty well nearly matched with, oh God, and things are getting messy. The amount of mess that you put yourself in is roughly matched by the number of points it awards you for putting yourself in that degree of mess. So there ends up being a degree of, oh, and now I can't actually see that because I must be on the boundaries of where the world is. But that can be fixed. In theory, one of the challenges I have here is that if, oh, that was dangerous. One of the challenges I have here is if I'm on the borders of the universe, what ends up happening is there's stuff there, but I can't actually hit it because I'm firing out one of the phantom images of the asteroids. And again, I'm having trouble hitting these guys until I get to where I can reach them. So now I'm about 5,000 points. Also, if you clear the level, those things really should have been, oh, I can see what's going on there. I'm up against the edge of the universe, and so a bunch of my shots aren't working. That is not a solved problem yet. $10,000 points, but I have made for myself a world of hurt because one of these rocks is going to hit me in the head. So what you got to do is destroy all of the rocks or find the one bot that you're supposed to look for. Now the problem I've generated is that I've used the right click to make far too many rocks, and they're all flying about very rapidly. So one of them is
going to ping me and game will be over. But this is a pretty good high score considering the amount of mess I've made for myself. Oh, that was a near-death experience, and no mistake. Yeah, so now this is a situation of extreme danger. Oh. Wow, I'm amazed I survived that. I'm not going to be surviving them for much longer. Let me go over to here where there's more of these guys zipping around because they will bounce the rocks out of their way. Maybe I can go to where the red ones are hanging out. I'm not sure whether I should be seeking clusters because if the bots are like behind me, then the rocks will have to bounce off of them to get through them. Another possibility is if the rock hits you, rather than immediately killing you, it erodes your score, and then if your score is also 0, you die. We're picking off some of these guys, but there's too many of them. Also, you don't necessarily get a higher score for pegging these. The smaller ones, you're expending score getting them. So yeah, introducing this as a game, as a functioning game-like thing, where it's competing sort of purposes. Also, there is the additional factor. If I go back to the beginning and we can start with a very low level. Remembering, of course, that one win condition is to, I'll tell you what, we will start with a score of 10 because the score is also your ammo supply. Also, give me a second. This is going poorly. I want to fix it. Reamp box, you say? That's interesting. I do not have a reamp box so much as you might think. I also seem to have a lot of smoke hanging around in here, but that's going to straighten itself out a little bit. Let me find a usefully small log to throw in here. Get this going. Yeah, I thought it was smoldering for a while, but it was actually going fairly well. I think. Could it be they didn't assemble it correctly? That'll be weird. I guess we'll find out. I would not expect that from professional chimney sweeps to like take apart the wood stove and put it together wrong so that it doesn't draw.
honestly, this particular setup, I've got the damper disengaged, so it should draw regardless, and I'm not really quite sure why it's acting like it doesn't want to burn properly. I guess one thing at a time, right? Which is funny from me because I never do one thing at a time. In this case, I think I am. And then I will return to the land of video game. What are some other possible reasons why this wouldn't be working? Because I'm taken aback by the degree to which this needs the... Oh! Okay, I see why. They pushed this in. This is also a damper. I normally run this all the way out. That should straighten things out real good. I did not realize that. They'd set it up to effectively be not burning at all. All right. See, got this thing here, fully damped down, wide open. I run that thing out wide open, thank you.
So yeah. So this is not to say that it's necessarily been a Godot day all day. There's been a bunch of other stuff that I've been doing, but in this case, this counts as being a Godot day here. And we're going to see how this plays out, running it as just from level 1. There's a bunch of stuff to add to all of this. So in this first level, I can zap all of these rocks, and we'll see how possible that is. I'm curious now. We've got 14 rocks, but only 10 points. However, the way this works, like watch the behavior. Hit it with one shot, it will burst into multiple rocks, and each of the rocks that appears gives you a score boost. See 25 points there. We'll see if any of the other ones are larger. Down to 1. Oh, that did not actually exist. So I'm going to have to figure this one out fairly rapidly, I think. See, the shot is vanishing. It's not doing anything, and it's costing me a point. That's not great. That is not a fun thing to be using game items and having them not do anything. But boom, suddenly 68 points. That's much better. So that was just too near the edge of the world. That's what caused that to happen. So now I have quite a few more points. That's doubtless enough to clear out the rest of these asteroids if that's the way I want to do it. Still, we might not quite be to the level of being able to spray and pray with the right mouse button. But I do seem to be able to build the score points up. So now my question is, let's go through this universe here and see if it can direct me towards the bot that I seek. Well, I just wasted a shot because I didn't see where it went. Let's go and find that guy again. Aha. That is lilac ribs. Also, another thing that I've done is I've added a variable to the shots I fire, so that if the bots shoot asteroids, you don't get points for that, which I thought would be better. All right, let's hit N for next level. I'm at 113 points. I'm going to check and see if that still works. Ah, it does not. It reset. That's interesting. We're going to want to fix that. So we can't set score to 10 in the middle of this, which stands to reason because this is literally at new level. We can set it here, though, and it'll be fine. So let's try that again. So another thing that I set up is if you find the bot you're supposed to be looking for, after maybe giving yourself some points by shooting some asteroids, but maybe you're not interested in clearing out all the asteroids. It's just a way of getting additional points of some kind. I really should add something for when you clean up the final one like that, because currently what I've got is that just costs you a point. It's important to do, but it just costs you a point. So I don't love that. I also don't love being able to shoot off the end of the screen and being down a point that way, but there might be a crude hack that I can fix that with. Also, let me know if the stream has gone completely busted. Can't say as I'm super worried about that. Let's see, that's going okay, but not great. I opened up the damper, so I don't know what its problem is. Yeah, I could turn in on this stream a little bit earlier, possibly. Let's see how this is working. Ah, I think I just went right past that guy without noticing. Okay, good. There he is. Cool. Next level. Do we keep 128 points? Oh, I have to hit N. We do. The other thing about it is that when you clear a level by, well, when you clear a level, I feel I have another point-related thing I need to do. Maybe I can make it so that you double your points by... So that direction. That is my counterpart. So I'm at 119 points. It did not actually give me anything for finding the counterpart. I feel like that's not great. And I'm also wondering about that idea of on high levels or whatever, if the rocks hit you, they first get your points, and then if you're out of points, then you die. I feel like that could be a thing. But currently what I've established is that you can clear the level by finding the bot. Oh, it's even letting me wear away the points that way, which I suppose is fair. Like, there should be multiple ways of engaging with this, interestingly. So let's explore some of that stuff. And I'm speculating on maybe taking away the zaps, but I feel like that makes the initial part far too punishing. So maybe I start out with 100 zaps. And what else have we got? We have got, I need to first look up where I am doing stuff with this, because this line of code can fit anywhere, as long as I'm making reference to game at whatever object it is. I figure people can more or less wrap their heads around, like, yeah, you always want more points. You know, clearly, I mean, they're points. Who doesn't want points? But the points can also serve as ammo. So I want to make as many sort of weird pluses and minuses around these things. Using them as ammo, I like. So here's our one level section. We apparently don't have a reference to the game object in bot. That's interesting. It is a public object, though. And maybe I am referring to it in here somewhere. I am. So we do have large numbers of these. I might not want to have every single thing linking to every single thing in here. We'll see what we get from trying to reference this directly. And let's see if we can do this. So if we do that, can we extend from here? No, because that's just getting a node, but it's not specifying that it is any particular kind of object. However, if this is only at the end of the level, let's look at how I'm doing it in player. Player has private game. So we instantiate that, and then we connect it to here and ready. So what if we only do that on the one occasion when we've actually cleared the level? Looks like that is possible. We'll find out. And here's how we find out. Times equals 2. Yeah, so if you find the counterpart, you double your score. Or maybe multiply it by 1.618, right? Golden ratio. But it claims that this is working. I wonder how many of these things could be done in this way. Could be done like only when this unusual circumstance happens do you load these objects in order to use them, thereby not having to keep them around up here. Like a bunch of this stuff that's needed. I just wonder. Yeah, like they don't necessarily pick up zaps very often, so what we could do is have it load some of these things only when it needs to. Because it's going to be much rarer that it like gets hit with a zap and has to respond. That would be a point. Excuse me. Where it needs to do stuff like this. So, only if it is struck by a zap do we start instantiating a bunch of stuff and working with it. So let's see what we can put in here. Maybe we can instantiate these only here. So let's remove them first of all. Start filling them in where they're needed. Don't need to call it private either. Oops. Let's not have that say that. And then some of the instantiation stuff up top. Yeah, like this. So delete that. All of this only shows up when we are actually firing a zap. Otherwise, not. We might even be able to do this like this. I bet we need to do that better. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's move this over here. Okay, now let's find out whether all of this still works. If so, I just removed perhaps hundreds of superfluous things from these guys. Of course, it's possible it simply won't work. Well, we ran well enough to be able to do these. And the bots appear and function, so that at least is operational, and it's able to spawn zaps. So that technique worked. And it doubled the score. Can I do it repeatedly, though? Okay. So that needs a little bit of fixing. Look, every time I touch this guy, I'm doubling my points. Yay! I found a cheat. Not only that, it's attracted to me, so it's going to be a massive stacking of points. I guess we could find out, like, I guess I could find out. Oh, here it is. Let's see what maximum number of points we can generate. Can we make it break by making too many points? What's the real limitation of what that can be? There we are. I can fire them faster than I can regain them. Absolutely not. I can't fire them faster than I can regain them because, guess what? See, now it's wrapping. Okay, so that is our theoretical maximum. So score is actually going to have to be some astronomical large int. But the other thing I have to do is not allow this to happen. So we don't need to repeat run this. So what we do is a little bit of additional logic and collided one level false. Since that's the Boolean, I can also do not collided one level. Now if I roll it, we're not going to get the exponential points unless we work for them. everything else seems to still be functioning. Apart from the bit where if these guys are off the edges of the universe, you can't shoot at them anymore, and that's bad. See, from stucco is you. So now we have 224 points, but note, no longer are we able to cheat our way into way more. Also, I am currently immune from dying because I won the level. So it's waiting for me to hit N and go again. Okay, so here's my problem. See how this is not going anywhere? It's because I'm on the opposite edge of the universe. So I'm burning all the points, and they're going nowhere. And then when I finished, oh, look at that. Okay, so it actually doesn't care. Although it's not letting me fire individual shots, but it's letting me fire any number of these other shots. Single click, no bueno. Right click, on the other hand, is full tilt bozo. Now that I've got 15 points, now I can fire these shots again until they are gone, at which point this is off limits to me, but the other one still is on limits. And again, I can fire off past the boundaries of the world. Back up a little bit, and you can even see where they're disappearing. And that's just a recipe for losing all the points, so I don't necessarily want that. So having introduced this point scoring business, I'm now butting against a bunch of goofy randomness where it's not acting as expected. Which is fine. That is fine. I'll figure out what to do about it. One of the things I can do is we can add a point for doing this. But what this is supposed to do, and it may not be doing it, is this is supposed to be wrapping the zaps around. So let's do this. Exist equals 100. In theory, what this should do is fill space with zaps that are not getting deleted when they wrap around the edge of the universe. Because all of this stuff, when it wraps, it fires exist minus minus. But only when exist is less than 1 do we do these two things. So the idea of doing this was to make it so that you can see where they're going. The original hope for this was to make it so that you can continue to see it if you're shooting off past the edge of the universe at things that don't exist, but you're looking at their instances, and be able to even continue to hit the instances. So let's quick run this again. I'll hit save, I'll run. I've got a whole separate class called Phantom Zap, which might not actually be useful, but we'll see. And I could go in this direction. And see if I can find where the edge of the universe is. Ah, it's there. So what I've got here is you can see where that zap is disappearing. But I should be able to wail on the, like we're looking at an instance, right? So it's disappearing. Over there is this object. If this is actually wrapping rather than just deleting the zap, we saw it disappear, but then we also saw it have an effect. And likewise for this guy, we saw it disappear, but then we saw it have an effect. This is closer to what I was hoping to see happen. So then the next thing is make it so that I can continue to see the zap that I'm pointing at. Also, there's another point, which is, in theory, I should be able to turn around and see a cajillion zaps coming from over there. Is that true? Kinda. They're very small. But I see some guys shooting through there. See them go. So what was happening previously is there's a countdown timer associated with that. See them disappear. And then they're going to come back in from the other side of the universe. We'll see them there. The thing is, there's a limit to how many of these we can have. There they go. And in theory, these will continue to go because I set their counts to 100. Every time they pass through the edge of the world, they get decremented by 1. So rather than just wrapping once and being able to hit the rocks beyond the boundary, now they just wrap forever. Or effectively forever, not really forever. But they have to go 100. See, they're still going. So part of this system worked, and then part of the system is still not what I would have hoped. Just for fun, let's see if we can... Okay, that did not get me another point. Nor that. Boy, we're really seeing zaps flying through space. Again, those were counting down from 100 before they delete themselves. That's clearly a lot. I'm clearly going to get to where I just happen to randomly delete all the rocks, and then the game will be done, and it'll move on to the next level. What I'm trying to do is build up my number of shots more effectively. However, one thing I can say is that also I'm trying to figure out whether I need to check on, when you get points because it is your zap that deleted the rock. The bots are supposed to not give you points when their zaps delete the rock. How many more rocks can I even have? Apparently there's 4 more rocks out there somewhere. Or I could just find the bot, but yeah, see them? They're going every which way. There's one. Now there are two. And since they are continuing to zoop about, and I see one of them right there, I think I see the counterpart being sought. It's over here. The shots I've already fired are doubtless going to eventually delete these, but for now, I'm going to take this as move to the next level. Oh, okay, that I will double our points again. That was very close by. So now we're at a slightly higher level. Oh, or wouldn't it be funny if you got to bump up to higher levels, which posed you a bigger challenge really rapidly? We're just incrementing by numbers, but what if it worked a different way? What if you got to bump up to like level 476? But that would be ridiculous, so maybe not. So one of the things I was looking to deal with here I'm liking this part of the scenario. If you're firing a zap and you see it, even if it's off in the distance, you can eventually hit it, because even if you're looking through boundaries of the world, eventually your zap will reach whatever it is you're firing at, because that's the way this wrapping around stuff works. I like that. That's working well. Yep, that is working perfectly fine. So that makes it seem like this is the point of the game. And I mean, if it's asteroids, that's literally how asteroids works. That's the idea. You're supposed to be firing these zaps and clearing the field, at which point you get another level. The business of having a counterpart that you should find is a wholly separate issue. The fact that there's near infinite numbers of zaps flying around, and probably if I wait long enough and fire at nothing, just like that. Okay, 73 rocks, 72. I think that's just hitting the little tiny ones though. Up, it hit another one that gave me some more points. So one of the things I need to do is watch the points. I need to make it so that still gives me some points. So let's skip ahead rather than continuing to play through. Oop, it leaked some object things, huh? Okay. So the point adding stuff is part of Rock CS. So here's where everything starts, and technically I can make it be more difficult to start up by not simply adding rock size, because what this is doing is this is giving massive numbers of boosts simply because it's working on, see, game score plus equals new rock size. That could really be game score plus plus. In fact, it might be worth trying, because after all, we are getting potentially a way of cranking up the score just by firing at large enough rocks and having them blow up a lot. You get quite a bit out of that. It's just that you don't necessarily get from giant, huge rocks, giant, huge scores automatically. But still, the more you create out of a single shot, the better that'll work. I also am wondering whether I'd like to have there be some kind of timer in there so that game score chases the number of scores you've got, and then if you've just boosted the score by a vast number all at once, it kind of goes whir and scoots upwards rather than simply updating literally every time we do it. That would be a separate thing. It's a doable thing, but it would be a separate thing. So the way to solve the cleanup issue for the final rocks not giving you anything is by putting in one of the boosts as soon as you've told any rock to queue free. Then this is creating new ones. Those are bonuses. And then everything is now plus plus rather than... Oh, no, haven't got all of them yet. This needs to be plus plus. And then if you cleared all rocks, you get a bonus, which is the size of the game level, which I believe is the same as I have for finding the counterpart. Actually, no, that's not true at all, because when you find the counterpart, you're doubled. So how about instead going back to, if you find the counterpart, you can increase by game level. That'll keep things a little lower key, but it can ramp up. And I will see how that works. And again, we've got the infinite zaps now. So here's me firing off. Oh, and also, I shouldn't have negative points, but we're hitting some rocks, so that's getting me something. More debugging. More debugging. Player is where we fire zaps. Honestly, we could do all of this stuff while actually firing the zap, but we only have one player object, so I'm less worried about that. To the extent that I'm even worried about it at all, because I'm not. But, you know. So, here's what stops it from firing. So if you're larger than 0, you can fire with one of either of these. I forgot to include that. And then I can quickly add a I know what I'm doing. I'm just dragging my feet a little bit. This is the only place where you reduce. And that should be the code. Game score equals math max. Technically, we have to evaluate that after having added or subtracted, and then 0. The reason the minus minus has to go in front of game score is because if you put it after a game score in an evaluation or if statement, it will evaluate it and then subtract. If the subtract is in front of it, then it will subtract and only then evaluate it for whatever it is it's evaluating. And the reason we're using max with 0 there is because it keeps going to negative numbers, which we don't want. Also, this might be an amusing place to fit rock in here. Here's where it kills you. So if we get here, the rock has hit you, but it didn't necessarily kill you. Surely this can live inside this logic, with granted a little bit more tab spacing in there. So yeah, we're defining that stuff. Do I have game defined in here? I do. If it's not game over and game score is also less than 1, then you die for realsies. If game over, we don't need to run this twice, and that's why that's doing what it's doing. If collided is null, and it's not one level, which makes you immune from being persecuted by this stuff, here's where or we can be even more ruthless with it. How about we apply a square root? Math square root. That has nothing to do with what I wanted, and that's fine. Also, I suggested a capitalized version and then didn't actually supply it when I hit tab, which is weird, but go figure. So, and then I could subtract 1 because that's going to make it converge to 0 more rapidly. And then it's not going to want that because, tell you what, that's returning some kind of floating point number and it needs to be cast to an int because game score is an int. Got there. So check it out. Now we go and find out whether we can die by running into rocks. Also, it would be amusing if you broke the rock by ramming it. That might be something. So let's see what we can make happen here. Firstly, we can fire a zap. We can fire zaps until we are out of zaps. Now we can't fire anything anymore. But wait for it, because they might just hit a rock. Now we have 5 points. Now we have 10 points. Eventually it'll be hitting rocks. Now we have 11 points. Now we have 19 points. So if we bounce off of this guy, and now 23. Hey, Grins. Now if we bounce off of this guy, we probably won't destroy it just by touching it. But if there's only one impact, it will cut our points to a much smaller number. That did not... Oh, yes, it did. It took it a while. Weirdly, it fired a zap. I don't know why that is. Also, our rocks are moving around. I think that's the one that I hit. I think that's the one that I rammed. Okay, so I got a point out of hitting these individual guys. Technically, the way this plays out is probably going to be better worked starting from a much higher level. I'm also not able to see the... these guys are moving way too fast. How am I supposed to hit those? Technically, I will need to chase them. But it does appear feasible that I can make a point here and there just by shooting some of these as I go. Also, let's test the ramming system again. I should be able to ram this one rock. I don't think it's... well, maybe it's large enough to break into multiple ones. Kind of was. Okay, now there's just one. I'm at 36 points. If I hit this, it probably shouldn't go away, but it'll cut my point total less than in half. 36, 2... Okay, so that needs to update as well. It did its thing, but it didn't show me its thing. So here's how we do. We just updated game score without showing it. So we gotta do this get node business everywhere that applies. And then let's set game to start at a much higher level. Just to see how it acts. I would need to make instances to see them go past the game wall, but I'd need to make instances of them without colliders. Okay, we got 100 points. Got 106 points. We are successfully spawning more of these every step of the way. This is also going to get real messy because the zaps are continuing to go throughout the boundaries of the universe. But this is one way to get large numbers of points. The reason we're kind of chugging is because all our zaps are still going. There's a ruck. No, there is not. Up, and they are bumping into me now. 3, 10 points, 2 points. At what point does it actually kill me? It did kill me. Okay, so that kind of functions. Hey, Joined Up. Neat. You know something I've done? I set my pedal board back up again, although I haven't done anything to use it. Oh, interesting. I restarted the level, but it gave me no points. So I can't zap anything. Also, if I run into a rock under these circumstances, it's probably going to be the death of me. Boom. Oh, and it gave me -1 points, huh? Can I get multiple negative points? Every time I hit this, I lose. No, it seems limited to -1. However, I know what to do about that. Rock is where we collide. It put the parens where I wanted them. Nice. There we are. Now it cannot make that into -1. I do feel, however, that it was zapping. Oh, let me take a moment and I'll tell you.
We just lost audio, but now we have it back. Come to think of it, let me throw another log into the fire while I'm at it, as long as this is working and all. Then I will tell you what's on that pedal board that you see there. I'm a little puzzled as to why the wood stove feels like it doesn't want to start up, but maybe it's simply because it is too cold. It's not cold in here, but the wood stove hasn't up and run for a day. So that might count as it being cold. Let's also see whether the damper's working. Alrighty, so pedal board is here. My voice is in fact coming through cool. So this is a Pigtronics Rototron, rotary speaker simulator. Proco Rat. This one's a fancy one. It's a long amp Roxanne. MXR flanger. TC Electronics flashback echo. It can also do a fake reverse echo, which is a nice little effect. This is a Gup Tech green ringer. They don't call it a green ringer, but it is. It's I forget what they go around to calling it. Pigtronics quantum time modulator. This, their Zappa used this for some guitar tones later on. It's part of how he gets a really over-the-top, thick sound with some leads. Electro Harmonix V256 vocoder. Have not used this yet, but I'd like to find a place for it. True Fi color driver is that bright orange guy. Devi Ever Helios. Here's another Gup Tech with, this one has its controls or its plugs at the top. I don't remember what they called it, but it's effectively a phase 90. It's a phase shifter. Earthquake or spatial delivery. It can work as an envelope follower, and it can also work as the Zappa Ship Ahoy sound. Analog Man Juicer. There's a couple of juicers, believe it or not. Analog Man Beano Boost. Don't use that as much as I might. And Devi Ever Destructo Noctavia. I fit that in there. And that's the pedal board. My hope is to be able to start using those for like DI guitar stuff, which is why they're arranged the way they are. You can't really see it very well, but maybe I could do something about it like this. Pedalboard. The reason they're arranged the way that they are is my hope is to be able to plug a cable into like the right side of them and then plug the cable that I just used to plug into the interface into the left side of them, wherever they happen to be. I'm basically not using a switching system for them. I have a cable switcher, but what I found is that when I use the cable switcher, I'm not happy with the sound of it, so I'd rather just run directly into whatever it is I'm going to. I have not used Zoya. I barely know what it is. It might be the kind of thing where it would be too cumbersome for me to sort out. It'd be a whole nother level of programming on things, which I might not want in a guitar context. Oh, Chad. Expect an update to Console H. For those who are here, that's 12, no, there's 9 people. For those who are still here and didn't just leave in the last 2 seconds, I will briefly tell you a big secret, which is Console H and Console X2 are getting an update because I have an update to TAPAC, and the update to TAPAC is this coming weekend. I'm working on that this week. I'm distracting from it by doing a Godot stream, but that's what I've been doing all the time that I'm not streaming, is working on this stuff. I have an update for TAPAC that adds tape compression. That should be fun. In fact, give me a moment. What am I doing? Up. You can hear it by loading up like the retro standalone version of Console X pre or Console H pre and using the discontapity in there. That's the part that I have been updating. Literal TAPAC is not updated yet. That's coming this weekend. But what I've been having to do is go through and edit all of those plugins to include the new compression thing that I've added. And it's going to come out formally as TAPAC 2 this coming weekend, clearly. But I have all the because the reason I have to update what is not formally TAPAC, it's discontapity in Console H and Console X2. So it is like TAPAC, but with an additional discontinuity thing in there. And discontapity itself is not actually being directly updated. But I want that on the stuff that I'm using in Console X2, and so I had to include it. When you at some point in this week, and maybe I'll tell you if it's by Thursday, I'll be updating the version on Console H and Console X2. I have not done that yet, not today. I've been too busy updating an entire ream of standalone versions. Not that anybody's using the standalone versions of Console X or Console H, but if you were, that is up to speed. I recognize your name, Tasteful Thickness. Haven't you come bugging me before? You're a silly person. Let's see where we're at. Currently, I was testing this out.
Okay, so this is a large number of rocks in the way, all of which I can hit if I try. They're all struggling very hard to exist in this extremely cramped space. And I have not collided with any of them yet. So here, if I can get close enough to one of these guys, I can test whether or not it gives me the point if a bot's zap hits one of these. That is, of course, assuming I can approach one of the bots quickly enough, or closely enough. This is level 600, so there's some adjusting to be done here. How about you? You're going back and forth a little bit. It's bouncing against the surface of the rock. If that, of course, the catch there is that if it doesn't see the counterpart, it's not going to try to hit it, so that's a concern. Right, and here is the space within which the bots are moving around most freely because they're pushing these things out of the way. And I'm supposed to find Cathedral. This is too cramped. So you're blinking too much. You need to get out of the way. Yep. They're like Z fighting or something. Oh. Well, that cleared some of them out, but oh boy. Now I have 280 points, and the world is full of giant deadly rocks. And I bet I can still hit anything I'm aiming at. Sure enough. So now I'm at 319 points. And I can test whether or not running into these things kills me real bad. Let's find out. Boink. That took me down to 16 points at a stroke. Boink. That took me down to 3. Boink. Now I'm in 0, and that was it. Okay. I would have sworn, Tasteful Thickness, you hung out at one point actually making sense and talking about something relevant to music or... Oh, I remember now. I wanted to update the points in this circumstance. So hit escape to start over, needs to update score. Ah. Okay. Escape switches between these two things. Don't worry. Look at what's going on in chat. You think I'm worried about you diverting me? That is a odd question. I mean, what are you looking to do? Oh, here we go. There we go. Like, define vocal production and processing. What are you trying to make happen? That's the more important question. Also, watch this. The world's full of deadly rocks, but I keep on getting a higher score because my shots are still going around hitting things. But it's not going to last very long, is it? When this makes noises, a lot of this will be more effective. So 551 points. And that's not going to last. I'm kind of liking the reality of square rooting your score. Becomes a form of draconian punishment if you're getting hit by a rock, but it's not an insta-kill. Particularly little tiny ones bonking into you. Okay, so here is a whole bunch of points, 900. Here's a whole bunch of rocks. Oh, I think I know what's happened. I think I am in a situation where there are too many shots flying around. They haven't all registered, but I don't get to fire any more shots because there's a limit. Up, but now I can. Cleared it. So you remember in a previous session when I was testing out, like getting lots of the bots around and then testing them based on that? And you'd fire into a cluster of them and then everything would go completely nuts. Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. We set up a limit on the number of bots, making it so that they couldn't continue to fire if the total number of shots, the total number of zaps was too overwhelming. And that just got me because, and boom, one of them just hit me. That's the one, down to 30 points. Let's just have fun with the sheer chaos of making far too many asteroids. So if you played a game like this, it's extremely entertaining and colorful, but perhaps a little much. See, now I'm down to 14 points, up to 74. We're at level 600, so the frames are dying here. But part of that is because if we're actually missing the rocks, we have a near infinite number of shots flying around everywhere. And of course, everything is able to collide with everything else, so that's the definition of messy right there. Oh, I got hit. Maybe I can get out of dodge. Really should call this game Never Tell Me the Odds. It's perfect. We're down to 71 points, but we can work our way up bit by bit. Man, this is cluttered. Yeah, so level 600, 1,000 rocks in this space is too damn many. And they do keep hitting me. That's 14 points. I don't know if I hit that one. Up to 24, 26. See, we're still at about 1,500 rocks. That's a lot. And all of my shots are now much more able to collide with other rocks because we now have them 11 points. That hit me. It's going to be better when I have sounds that telegraph some of these things. I do have the location of the spotlight doing a pretty good job of highlighting what's close by and what's not. But oh, we're at like 1 FPS now. It doesn't help that we have 600 bots flying around. I should probably run this at a lower level because it's just a little much. Bouncy rocks everywhere. Let me catch up with chat a little bit. We're at 59 points until I get hit by stuff. Amazingly, nothing's hitting me yet, but that's a matter of time. Also, I wonder how effective they are at knocking me around when I do take damage that way. Boom, down to 6 points. That one sideswiped me good. Waves in FabFilter. Well, what are you doing with waves? Is the question there. What do you find necessary to do with waves? Checking quickly on the wood stove, it seems to be going good. Wow, I'm at 6 points and nothing's hit me yet. This is actually not bad. Although what it does is, if you're playing like a smaller level where there's not so many thousands of objects going around, and you start playing real hectic and using the right mouse button to fire a gajillion shots, it's a good way of getting yourself obliterated. Oh, here comes another one, down to 1 point. Dead. And it successfully restarted. So let's test some of our zapping assumptions. We see these guys off in the far distance. We do appear to be able to shoot them and make them break. I do think at some point setting up the wrapping thing will come in handy, because what I do not want is these little zaps that I've fired already, continuing to go through at the boundaries of the universe. And I definitely want to see them continue onwards in their newly harmless form. So I could have fired a multiple zap at that one. What's going to happen is more of them are going to go flying through. And I'm looking for them only to cycle through once. See, there's one that just came through again. It will just keep wrapping until it hits something. Now, I like the idea of it wrapping once, but I don't like the idea of it wrapping lots. So yeah, the question is, if you are using waves in FabFilter for vocals, what are you using them for? Waves is many things. I wouldn't be surprised if you're running compression. Are you running de-essing? There's a bunch of things that I've got which aren't necessarily built into console H or console X2. For instance, if you use a de-esser, I have debass. It kind of needs you to be recording well using a condenser mic, but it does work on a lot of things. So we do have these. Let's check to see whether we have a place to put them. Might not need one though. Let's go back here and see. So this is an alternate form of zap. So something that we could do is, first of all, this lives in physics process. So if we bring this over to well, that's weird, but okay. Don't know why it needed that. And we don't have we're going to need world size. But we don't need anything else, because this is purely for visual effects. What's going to happen here, so is that also a rigid body? Yes, it is. What's going to happen here is that they're going to just watch for whether they are beyond the boundaries, at which point they will delete. And their boundaries are going to be bigger. And they're not going to wrap or anything like that. They're not going to update position. So effectively all of that just goes away. And I think I know what this needs to be. We'll just go with the double size. Here's our double size. Because these get instantiated, but then if they go beyond those bounds, they just delete. So that's going to come from here. There's no collision shape to them either, only a mesh. And then only this. This is a thing that you call on yourself and it deletes. So technically, I do not even need the that stuff. Let's tighten it all up because this only does one thing. Since it's only executing one statement in each of these ifs, we can just do that. Bada boom. Not only that, we don't need to even create a variable, do we? Oh, if you got the hang of pressure, good for you. That is a reasonably tricky plugin to get to use. I have a compressor that is coming out that's based on what I'm using in Console X2 and Console H. This is me making it not even create an extra variable or three. Because we don't need to do that. Oh, and I put that in the wrong place, but that's fixable. But it needs to be larger than world size times 2 or less than world size, because normally it wraps at 0. This is going to cause these to delete themselves if they go beyond the boundaries of a space out larger than the size anything else can be in. And they're just used as a visual reference, because usually what you're seeing when you look out beyond the boundaries of the game universe is instancing. So how do we go about getting world size anyway? Do we have to define world size in here, or are we defining it? How do we go about even doing that? Surely that's being done somehow. Ah. Okay, so if rather than do this here, I have the packed scene business tucked away in here. And maybe I don't need to have that sitting around all the time. So let's see what happens if we instead as what I'm driving after is trying to make it act a little different. See, if we can do that, then we can instantiate the other ones in a similar way. And if that's the only place we're doing that, then we can delete this. And we don't necessarily need to do this here either. Alrighty, that's the Node 3D. Can you just refer to it directly like this? Maybe you can. Okay, the rest of this, not so much of a concern. Interesting. Interesting. So, oh, we're doing it twice. So if this doesn't work, nothing's going to happen. Let's find out what happens when we don't even have that be a variable sitting around at all times. You go ahead and ask any kind of question you want. You should see some of the questions people are asking, or the suggestions people are making. It's completely hilarious. I always think it's particularly funny when, oh, hi, giant rock. Goodbye, giant rock. And goodbye to you too. I should make this a lower level. We're starting to choke on frame rate again, but part of that is because of the number of shots everywhere. I'm really filling space with zaps here. So if I had that being counted, we would have a hilariously large number of zaps along with everything else. But they sure seem to be working, don't they? I'm tempted to make it so that if the zaps are, oh, something hit me, and down to 58 points, make that 70. 82. This is the living dangerously method. 90. Survived that somehow. They are also bouncy rocks, which is amusing. We don't normally have bouncy rocks, but I guess that's just a thing we have now. And we're going to fly to the middle of the space and see what happens. Up, down to 14, down to 2, still surviving somehow. Down to 3. Nope, we hit 0 at some point. Although we're still getting extra points because the zaps that are still flying around were doing stuff. So starting over at literally 0. Burned our way through some kind of large rock. Here's another one. So the fun spray and pray technique for this does tend to burn through points. Oh, but I got another one. And I think the next thing is to work out how to deal with this scenario, because parts of this are all working. It's just a question of how much of it is working and how much of it I need to update. Lilac Goth, is that you? It was. I don't know why it didn't shoot back at me. Oh, there's another Dynamics coming. It's the one that is built into it's the one that is built into the consoles. There is an amusing setting that I could put on this where it would make all of these be the same size no matter where they were. J. Jonna Jack JJJ, I'm not sure that's that relevant. I'm certainly not thinking in terms of making this project moddable, but then this project is, well, I mean, technically it's not open source right now, but it could very well end up being open source. And it'll just be like, hey, please join my Patreon. Watch me make other things like this. I'm honestly not even sure how you'd go about making something moddable. I'm just making this work. Let's see. So where was I at? We were at the point of doing things like this. So here's what happens when you hit the mouse button once. So given that Zap wraps around, here's where we'd be putting the spawning of a new thing. And bits of this don't actually work, but we don't need it. So in theory, we can do this. In fact, I'm going to add a letter to all these just to make damn sure it's distinct. And obviously distinct. And then we are not going to actually do this part. Because we're not checking if they're less than 1,000, because they will all go off the edge of the universe and dissipate anyhow. Therefore, we don't need to count them. And we might as well add them here, because we're not necessarily... wait. We could just as well add those, because they'll contribute to the total count. That's fine. If they don't have that, we don't need to check this. We don't need to update any screen graphic or anything. And we don't need to use these things. But we do need to transfer over this information. Oop. Went a little bit too far, didn't I? And that should propagate to be able to make it be the world size. We'll even call it Peabody, like the Bullwinkle character. Alrighty, so what's happening here is if we're reaching a situation where one of these apps going beyond the range of the universe would be told to queue free and go away, rather than simply disappear, it needs to be replaced by this one, which is visual only. If we do that, we're spawning this other one. It is also a rigid body. It has a much simpler physics process in which all that it cares about is, am I beyond the even larger range? It has one float, which is world size, and it gets filled in with the world size of the original zap, which is gotten through another process. Yeah, no, those are fair questions, J. John. I'm scrolling up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, tape compressor. No, you misunderstand slightly. The whole deal with something like tape hack is it's a simple distortion curve that happens to have special properties. I arrived at that being inspired by a guy's white paper, but I'm not using his all I'm using is the most basic of his concepts, but it still did a great job. But the thing that the guy with the white paper did is build hardware which has some special characteristics. He's doing stuff where you actually have to bias a magnetic object in order to get a result. Give me a second, I'm going to do this. And when you bias the magnetic object, it does a thing called tape compression. And what tape compression is when you run sound into a real tape machine, it squishes in an interesting, characteristic way that we don't really have in digital yet. Until now, because now I have it. So basically what that means is tape compression means you run sound into this distortion device, and at a certain point the highs don't continue to get louder. They just kind of flatten out and everything else gets more saturated. I do believe I have that working, but we will know this coming weekend when I put it out so that people can see it. And it's going to be a huge deal for things like the new version of 2-tape, which is in the works. And I did in fact say compression because that's what this guy with his hardware is doing. He's come up with a way of doing it in literal hardware. It's better than what I'm doing, but I'm still doing something like that. So let's see, here's where we were at. So if I copy this entire section and put it in everywhere it's needed, like there, and here. Here. There's going to be 6 instances of them. Always before we hit exist minus minus. We're now spawning new ones of these. And we will see real quickly whether it actually works, but I'm going to go into game first and pull the level down. We'll try starting at level 10, see what that's like. Oh, are you porting code? Good for you. Absolutely, you should do that. So, here's our level 10, and that's probably going to work pretty well for people. Seems to be good. So one thing, well, I haven't actually updated the stuff yet. So what I can do is I can fire off into the distance and see whether I feel like I still see something. I think I still saw something. Oh, I have an even better idea. Okay, check this out. I can exaggerate the behavior. Here's a zap. Here's a phantom zap. I think... Oh, I'm going to need mesh instance. Either transform. No, maybe that's not. Geometry. Somewhere in here. Oh, I know what I can do. Well, that looks weird. What's going on there? Disabling fog, disabling ambient light, albedo. I'm looking here for something where I can make it look weird and crazy or much larger or something like that. So mesh, size 1 meter. That's much bigger. Let's see what this acts like now. Having saved this, and I'll put it back when I'm done. What should happen is if I fire off into the distance, the shot will suddenly become huge and then go away. Let's see if that's true. Hell yeah. Although that's a funny extra thing it did, which I'm not sure I like. Oh, I know what's happening. The shot that I fired is continuing onwards indefinitely. And the one that I fired that is supposed to go away, okay, watch this. This is going to become very silly looking. That's them going beyond the bounds of the universe. And then the shots that you can't really see because they're too small are being echoed through and appearing. See these little things that come firing through? Every time they go past the boundaries again, they spawn another one of these. So what should be happening with these see big stripe there, then they are dissipating as they go beyond the edge of twice the size of the universe, and then all that's going to happen is another batch of them are going to appear somewhere. And that is because see, there it is again. That is simply, and we've proved that this is working. And the reason it's doing what it's doing is because we're able to spawn these as things go beyond the boundaries of the universe, and then it wraps. Wrapping once is what it needs to do in order to be able to hit stuff that's just an instance. But when we start it, we are starting it with exist of 100. So what should happen if we set it to exist of 0 is it should still do the same basic thing. One shot. We are close enough to the boundaries of the, see this, it disappearing this quickly. Actually, no, hang on. The reason it's disappearing so clearly is because I have exist set to 0, so as soon as it's fired, it's already gone. Oops. No matter. Can change that. At exist of 1, what should be happening is it's not able to wrap, but I'm not sure that's what's actually been happening. Oh, and I know why. It's because when it wraps, it puts exist from 1 to 0, and then every physics process, it's deleting itself if it actually got to 0. So it needs to be exist of 2 in order to wrap. So let's run it again. And when it was at exist of 100, well, we never saw the end of them. So let's fire one zap at this one so far off in the distance that we can't even see it. It's going to turn into a large zap, but we'll eventually hit it. There's our large zap. And it hit it. That absolutely worked. That absolutely worked. Try it again. So all we have to do is make the large zap become smaller again, because it's at 100 times the size it needs to be. And then it will visually work exactly the way it needs to. So let's first see where it kicks in. Kicks in there. So if I fire at this from here, I'm so close to the boundaries of the universe that it's going to be... Oh, no, I wrapped. If I back up a hair. See if I'm... We're sort of like in a giant fishbowl, right? So, there. Now I am aiming past the sort of fishbowl, and it's getting immediately replaced by a giant-sized zap. If I returned that to being 1 meter by 1 meter, what's going to happen is it will look like I'm just firing normally. What I'm doing is I'm firing a single zap, and it's wrapping through to behind me at the boundary of the universe. And then the zap that I've actually fired is continuing onwards, and then as it wraps, which it's also coming to the edge of the, like there's the boundary, and there comes the zaps, and it's hitting the boundary a second time. So technically you get to see the visual only ones twice. Because that's them. Just firing off in this direction, and then here it comes. It only goes through the actual space once, but it will go through it exactly once from any direction, even if you're right on the edge of the space. So that literally worked. I'm happy with that upgrade. Now this gets to go back to normal again. That's the size it's supposed to be. And Now we won't be able to see any difference here. The only difference we'll be able to see is that fire at anything, no matter how far away it is, and it will hit. Because you see, there's only one universe. Also, that means that if I go after something, no matter where it is, no matter whether I'm actually in the same space as it, or if I am in a different space as it. Oh, I ran out of shots. That's the thing that we added where, see, oh, no, I ran out of points. That's what it is. I forgot that that was the thing. So we can go as fast as we want. Oh, and look, now I can't get any points because there are no shots flying around. We cut it back so that there's no longer an infinite number of shots. So what I've done is basically just used up all of my points. Now there's 141 rockets flying around and I can't shoot any of them. No worky. Nor can I query any of the bots, so I've kind of screwed myself over a little bit here. But I do need to, if I can find, not you, if I can find the one with the correct name, I get to move on to the next level. Although I don't, and it should give me a slight boost in quality. I have to be sure not to bump into one of the rocks, some of which are flying about at a good rate of speed. So let's see, my only remaining chance for passing this is to bunk into the one that is the counterpart, but I can't even question anymore because I used up all of my zaps. I have made things more difficult for myself. Checkerberg, how about you? Are you Checkerberg? It might be. Yay, okay, so now I have 10 zaps and I can hit N for the next level. And if I fire at this one rather small rock, it'll go away, but I didn't lose anything by it. On the other hand, with this, that got me some points. And we can play it this way. So I have to shoot rocks in order to get points. Honestly, I should get a bonus point for shooting one of the little small ones. That seems like that would be good. That one said that away. Or did he? Or are you in fact the one? Oh, no, I guess not. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm bouncing off of it and nothing's happening. And I honestly don't know why they wouldn't be answering me. So what I should do is make it so that if you fire a zap and it is able to... Okay, so the processing of these... Aha! Got there. When a zap hits one of these guys, what happens is it responds by maybe firing a zap, and if you are firing through the boundaries of the universe, and so the virtual one is what hits, well, you're able to blow up rocks that way, but I don't think these guys respond the same. Oh, what are you doing? I think I have gone past the boundaries of the universe is what I've done. See, now it's going towards me again. So there's a simple thing that I can do to stop that happening. What it's doing is it's pushing me towards the edge of where the universe is, at which point it is now going and trying to find me, but I've teleported past to the edge of the universe. So another thing that's happening here is if I shoot a zap at that boy, it can hit a rock and that's fine. But if my zaps hit the bots and they are not real zaps, instead if those are the virtual zaps that only exist until they have gone beyond the edge of the universe, I don't think those communicate properly. So what do I mean by communicate properly? On body entered. Ooh, interesting. I think I need to rename these. I wonder how hard that's going to be. I also wonder whether so fire a zap, it's doing can see counterpart. There was a distance thing that I had going on with some of these that would fix that behavior I was running into. And here is the code where it's not attempting to fire the stuff that becomes too numerous. And yeah, I do not know what gen is. By all means, you can tell me if you're interested. I am also speculating on the value of having it fire phantom zaps instead of real zaps. Granted, those, well, the phantom zaps can break rocks too, that's the thing. Let's test. We should be at a low enough level that they're able to direct me towards, like that one is directing me towards, so there, we got nothing. It's supposed to not respond if it can't see the counterpart. And it did respond before. So I'm kind of continuing to bug it and see whether it changes. Mind you, I don't have to be doing that, but that's currently what it was doing before. And that does seem weird because I feel like I literally can see lilac shades. It's that's it over there. So if we go closer to you, yeah, that's not responsive. And can't you literally, and that was the one. So I know that I have to go and reach you. who else is around here that should be able to see this one? Because this is the one that they're trying to communicate about. How about you? Oh, that's the same one as before. Okay, you're acting like you can't see it. I can think of something that I can do for debugging purposes. Check this out. We're looking at Phantom Zap. Albedo can be some other kind of color. Albedo can be bright red. Now it turns into a red zap when it changes mode. And we get to see what that's going to mean. That should be quite visible too. So if we fly around, we'll get to a place where the zaps turn color. And that's how we know they turned into the Phantom. And it looks like I have gone past that boundary. And we're looking for one called Crumpled Metal, which I don't think is that. It can see. Does it continue to be responsive, though? It does not, so that's interesting. I did not program them to get tired and not want to respond anymore. Also, I don't see this as being red, so that's not a boundary issue. I can still shoot off into the distance. Here's a different one. How about that one? Okay, that was able to respond. I'm just interested in what's making them stop. And that clever fellow was pushing the rock briefly. Okay, it's continuing to be able to respond, even though it might be quite far away. So where are we headed? Ah, that just did respond. That is firing towards that. That is not firing back at me, although it's supposed to be. Interesting. Let's ensure that it is the correct one. Oh, I went a little too fast there. Yeah, see? Now it's responding. I don't know why it wasn't before. That's weird. See, and now it's not responding. How about you? Nope. That is, in fact, firing a zap in the correct direction. Touch it. Missed it. Might have just headed off. That would be unfortunate. Well, how about you? Can you still see? Oh, now I'm down to 0 points. Okay, so this was a bit of a fumble. I did not successfully contact the bot that is the counterpart. Sometimes it responded to telling me where to go, sometimes it did not. Let's get into this experimentation again. Okay, you look familiar. You're the same guy. It looks like it's firing in all kinds of directions, and that seems weird. Where'd he go? Okay, that's going to be, yes, it is responding. It is possible that I'm running into issues regarding maximum distance, perhaps? Like if it's hanging around at the edge and it's able to fire in a direction, and then it goes beyond a maximum distance, I might be beyond the available distance. Okay, we're aiming in this direction. I think this is probably the one. And it's not responding in any way. But if I can bonk it, it isn't responding, but that was in fact the one, so that's interesting. We've got a thing going on where they don't necessarily fire back. So I wonder what's causing that. Okay, so and I have a comment in here about something that was happening. Apparently, if it's not colliding, it's also not line of sight. This was tricky to do. Getting it to do this stuff was definitely tricky. We're instantiating the raycast. The raycast was tough to get working. I'm still not sure I've got the raycast working properly. One of the things I can do about that, however, find a comment, take this entire line of stuff, put it in the comment in case I need it later, and have it always assume that this is still correct. So this should change that whole behavior completely. Here's this guy again. So it could kind of save me the trouble simply by not doing that raycast if I can't trust the raycast to work properly. This would indeed be the one I'm looking for. It is not responding though. And that's a little puzzling because I would have thought if it's the one that matches me, it's supposed to fire a shot back at me. Up, there it goes. Now it's able to do it. I'm not sure what was keeping it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. Well, I got some points. Let's blow up another big rock. And see the red? We are now firing across the boundaries of the world, and it still works just fine. So that's one of the things I needed to make happen. It needed to be able to do this stuff. And happily, that is 100% working fine. How about that? Is that beyond the... No, that's within the range of the universe. Getting plenty of points by it, though. Should give you a smaller point, better points for hitting these little tiny guys. Mind you, you eventually get there, but I feel like they're more challenging to hit. You can get points based on how fast they're going. That might be amusing. Up. And see, we are again at the range of the world, because you can see that turning to red zaps as we go. And again, we can still shoot stuff even if it's only with virtual zaps. Turns to red. Those are, we're shooting instances. We are shooting just visualizations. Oh, you get away from me. Nasty rock. It's coming right for me. Yeah, so part of the question with doing stuff like this is, what kind of vibe am I trying to make it have? And we haven't even got any audio yet, but still a legitimate question. Like, is it supposed to be just very chill drifting around in space, a space that is not moving terribly fast? Because there's ways of making that happen. So we can go back to here, put this back to purely a white color. There was a thing in here somewhere that I was very interested in. Billboard. So the zap, and the billboard means it's always showing it perpendicular to the camera. But I have not tried to do this other detail. And I have to set it to mesh instance to get there. So keep scale. We've now set it to keep scale. What that's supposed to do is keep that billboard size the same. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll find out. Okay, zap. Okay, keep scale does not appear to have done anything. I believe the idea behind keep scale was it's supposed to have it continue to be the size that it is. Instead, they are receding into space. They're going farther away. They're becoming more distant. That is not keeping scale. Or rather, that is not... Hang on a second. Just win the level and go on from there. I always keep hitting escape, because that's what you did in the original counterpart. Spray and pray, not... Oh, and also my... What's up with this? My crosshairs went away. Which doesn't make any sense because I only changed this stuff. Let's put that back. And we'll put that back too. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, I know what's happening. I think I do want keep scale. I got a little bit confused. Otherwise, the scale is lost when billboarding. Scale, however, was 1. So this shouldn't really be doing a damn thing. I think I had it not on. What was freaking me out there was I just lost the crosshair that I had, and I don't know why. Alrighty, so let's hit save. We'll save out of here again. And now let's see if I have my... There we go. Something funny was happening there. Keep scale was not right. Okay, why did I not hit you, giant rock? I don't understand that part. How about you? There we go. Got some points back and everything. (103 to 110 at a stroke). Like, I do have the condition of if you actually are hit by a rock, you suddenly have way less points. So maybe I can allow more points to rack up, knowing that they are ephemeral. Like, bonk into a rock, and next thing you know, you have next to no points, and you have to be wise to build them back up again. Let's give that a try. So here's where the points start showing up. Or maybe not literally here. No, not quite here. Here. So game score plus equals new rock size. Because that's what we're working through this. And then here's the one where you always get at least 1 point. So if you hit one of the little tiny ones, then you don't lose by it. But it's going to be more advantageous to hit larger ones. And let's see how we go about doing that. Here. Like that. That's going to make the score go crazy. Ginormous rocks are going to have an extremely high score available. I should also make, well, so what's happening is I'm updating it every time it gets incremented. But what I could also do is have that object have its own internal setting, and if it's actually registering as less than what game score actually is, it can go whir and ramp its way up rapidly as it goes. Even with the sound. I haven't got any sounds happening in this yet. When I do, it'll be worth doing. Also, it is 4. So technically I could throw another log on the fire, yeah, but I also need to thaw out my taco foods. Let's do all of the above. Now that the wood stove is cleaned and ready to go, I see no reason to avoid using some firewood. Lovely. Back in a moment, enjoy the raging furnace. We can put that troll from earlier in it. Alrighty. Yeah, that wood stove is working super well. As it should, having just been cleaned. So I have some questions. What the wood stove was doing, so the reason it wasn't catching on was because you can't really see it very well, but underneath it there is a little sort of lever. I'll scooch over and manipulate it. The thing right here. Observe the brightness of the flame. It's cranking away real good now. But then if I push it all the way in, it's a damper. It's restricting the airflow going into it. And it's a little bit less bright because it doesn't have nearly as much air going into it from underneath, which is the only way air can get in. If I flip it again, now lots of air is getting in. In fact, so much that I'm going to engage the catalyst as well while I'm at it. So all that was happening is essentially there's a part of the stove that sort of turns it on and off. I normally have it at full crank, And when they finished cleaning it up, they turned that part of the stove off completely. And I didn't notice because I don't normally use that. It's a separate damper. It's an airflow restriction for air intake. And that's all that was. So it was still working fine. It wasn't that it was cold. It was that I had the air shut off without knowing. So let's see. So there's a number of things that might be amusing to try. Some of them have to do with Phantom Zap. Like one thing that I'm not currently doing, which might be amusing to do, I don't know if I can do it in the last hour of stream, and I'm not going to run over stream today. Not after dealing with the whole wood stove cleaning business and people coming in here is always rather exasperating. But what I don't have going on is like shrapnel and dust and explosions coming out of the rocks when they break up. I have them bursting into multiple smaller rocks, but there is not a burst of additional information going on there. And if I made just a visual noise generation, like a particle system, I do have particle systems, and I spawned one temporarily where the impact was, and it didn't have any colliders on it, I could make that explosion much more visually busy. Which, since I don't have audio happening yet, that might be a good call. Another thing I would like to do is deal with the prospect of... see, here's where we spawn another zap. That should give you at least one score point. If not two. Mind you, I don't know if I have a connection to player from here. I have a thing called Where Player, which I feel like is a different thing. Although technically it's game score that I'd be updating. Let's scooch over to here. Here we get to do this. Now here's where we collide with something. Here's where we do game score ++. Here is where we could also do something interesting like work with our velocity. That would perhaps affect a little, like you get a higher score for shooting the little guys that are moving faster. So, linear velocity length squared. There. Now not only are we shooting large ones, but if there are tiny ones and they're really going fast, you can get a super huge boost of score from that. And if they're sitting perfectly still, well, maybe you get nothing. We shall see. But this is also where score is going up. So, back over to bot. Here's where it fires another zap. Here's the rest of that going on. Oh, it couldn't be about child count, though. Like, I set that up on purpose, but still. Oh, interesting. If Zap Gatherer's child count is less than 10, it doesn't shoot back. Well, that might explain it. How about we set it to 100, then it'll fire back more eagerly. We're not really getting into the situation where we're grinding to a halt for too many zaps. That was something I was interested in exploring, but I'm not sure this even ends up being a thing. Okay. Lastly, our score boost. Okay, we do not have access to game, which is interesting. I thought maybe we would. We've got some stuff. We've got access to player. Maybe we don't need to have this present in literally all of them. Ah, here's where we can get game. See, we can get game. Hell yeah. So, body entered, player game score plus equals game level. Over here, we don't have game until we create it. So we do it like that. And then we can adjust anything on it. But then rather than going by that, we can straight up just have it be plus plus. And that way at least you do not lose. In fact, we can take this and move the lot. Over to here. So now if you have it responding to you, then no matter what, you're getting a point back. But if we put this part back, also weird that we have so many comments in there. I don't remember those all being there. I remember it looking like this. So with that, you now lose points unless it's able to respond, which is based on how that stuff is working. So let's see, where else were we at with this stuff? A lot of this, I believe, is about what it needed to be. Oh, hi, nearby rock. How about instead... Okay, who boy is that giving me really good points. It's very eagerly giving me points. I think that's all just because I zoomed in on a really large rock. I'm apparently at level 10, so 934 points. Well, actually, I can make that be a smaller number, like this. Boink. Boink. I think I can survive one more boink. Boink. Alrighty. Also, it is now moving away from me. So 1 point. How many points do I get from hitting the one rock? 312. That's pretty respectable. Spray and pray just got a lot more prosperous. There's just about no limit to how many zaps you can fire all willy-nilly in the hopes of just blowing a bunch of stuff away. So you're moving at a pretty good clip. So much so that I missed. 399. What do I get? Ooh. Negative points? No, I think that actually got me lots of points. So the velocity thing that I'm trying to track is speed related. So in theory, what that means... Also, I could be a real chickie and have it tick down. That would be deeply annoying, but perhaps fine. That way you would have to keep busy and active and keep shooting stuff, especially big stuff like this. See, 7,000 to... Actually, no, that's not that different. Because it'd kind of be, so 7,566. Missed. You're moving fast. 7,803. So the idea here, and I can test it on an even large... Oh! Wouldn't it be interesting if you also burned through points for maneuvering? That might be a little too saucy. Let's find out. That would be pretty strict. One way to find out. Here's the code that would do it. We'll see how that works. It's going to be a real balance between functioning and blowing a bunch of stuff up and making your situation overwhelming and unbearable. So now we're ramping up the points madly, but if we do stuff like this, there, hitting the brakes kills points. Escape, that should not. That doesn't do a damn thing. That's fine. That doesn't do anything either. That's fine too. That's fine too. But we do have velocity. Okay, that's zap firing. That doesn't count. We also have up-down controls too. So if is action press, so you can burn extra energy by holding down multiple keys. That would be quite amusing. Let's see what this all becomes. Boop. 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 We're going to fit the score burning situation into literally all of these. Probably going to also want to make a noise. But before doing that, all I got to do is place that position there. You'll burn score as fast as you burn through continuous firing, which is pretty fast. Oh, and okay, that didn't wrap quite the way that I thought, but that's fixable. The curly bracket is still there, it's just not the same place I thought it was going to be. We can straighten this all out. Actually, let's take that back out. So there's our velocity stuff, right? We could make it more aggressive, but for now, 100 points. I beg to differ, give me lots of points, thank you. And now we get out of dodge. But here's the thing, getting out of dodge now burns points. So this could prove interesting, especially since if these guys are moving fast, you get a little more out of them. But if you're trying to move, well, let's demonstrate. So full crank, we're maneuvering as hard as possible, doing a splendid job. I'm going to need to go and discover like what the sound effect for the original asteroids shot firing and thrusters sounds like, and then do a sort of variation on that. Jerk. Because this has now become a whole thing. Yeah. With a bit of luck, it's going to become pretty cool. Let's see what level 400 looks and feels like. Also, if you bounce off of things, that kills your score now. So here we are at 400 points. Oh, because I hit the wrong thing. Don't mind me. We were going to start at 100 points, but boop to level 400 because that's going to be bigger and crazier. Bigger and crazier, I said. Oh, and I have just screwed up. I just used literally all of my energy to fly up there away from the rocks. This could be considered a mistake. I think I am probably pretty well doomed now. Huh. So we'll watch this giant rock bounce these other ones away from it. Or maybe it doesn't exist at all. I think it's just a illusion. Find out pretty quick. It was indeed just an illusion. So one of these rocks is going to hit me and I will die. But it seems to take quite a while, so let's not bother with that part. Let's run again. So what got me was I forgot what I just did. So I'm at level 400. I only have 100 points though, so if I shoot, now I've got 413. I've got 1045, which is just enough to get out of dodge just a little bit. If I aim carefully, there we go. Careful shots. Builds up the points real good. And then me using the thrusters burns them real fast, so that's challenging. Let's watch for rocks that are not coming at me. Okay, that was nervy. Which of these are coming at me? Not you. Not you. Oh, oh, it hit me. I'm down to 65. Sucks. That, on the other hand, worked out pretty well for me. Alrighty. 600. Brief acceleration. So let's see if I can get lots of points by firing at this ginormous asteroid. One shot. Boop. Alright, that got me a solid 2,000 points right there. Gameplay begins to happen. We got emergent gameplay. Look, here's another giant one. There, 3,000. $4,000. Okay, so that's some maneuvering fuel. I'm getting these little tiny guys if I can. There we go. If they're moving real fast, they should give me lots of points. Honestly, that should be the case regardless. Anything moving real fast should be giving me more points because it's more dangerous. All right, 7,000 points. That's maneuvering fuel right there. $9,000. Oh no, I've been hit. 220 points. Gotcha. That brought me right up to 987 right there. $1,455. 1,501. Well, you're moving fast. 1,502. Yeah, I keep missing the... Chasing him. Boy, I can't hit that guy for anything. That was close. That's the thing. If something is burning right at you at a high rate of speed, oh, I shouldn't actually burn fuel for the brake. I feel like the brake should be free. What do you think? Do you think the brake should be free? Oh, good. Something coming. Down to 473 points. This becomes a little hectic. Okay, now we've got lots of points, unless something hits me. But I got that in a very expensive way by making a lot of chaos. Okay, that's moving fast, and I can't hit it. Yeah, get me the... Okay, still 27,000 points. 28. Man. Okay, this is a game. It's kind of horrifying, but it's a game. With this amount of... Oh, boof, down to... Right back down again. Yeah. Yeah. No. We're up to, we've got like 1,000 stray rocks flying around here. This is not going to end well for me. Even though any shot that I fire is going to get really high scores, remember my score gets bumped. Oh God. Oh no. 26k points, and this is all I can do with it. Ugh, it's horrifying. 26,000 points, but 1,122 rocks. This is not good. There's another one. Just like the other one, they're too fast. There's too many of them. Well, 28,000. 31,000. So I can get up to really high numbers of points by just filling space with tiny deadly rocks. It's really quite horrifying. And I lose all my frames and it becomes unplayable. And now I've been hit by something, so I'm down to 600 or so. This is not going to end well for me. Woof. And here we are with 1,400 rocks. Honestly, I feel like I could make this... I think I can make this still be horrifying, but not choke quite as hard. By restricting the number of additional rocks being created. And I have a rough idea as to a thing that I could do to help that happen. Oh. Down to 183 points. Oh boy. Oh boy, they're hitting me right and left. Give me points. Give me points immediately. Yeah, that is apparently one way of dealing with it, is just to keep on shooting stuff so much that points keep getting made even as they get destroyed by you getting run into things. Now my problem with that is that the rock counts I'm getting, this is a pretty serviceable computer, although granted I'm streaming with it. But, and I'm running the build up, down to 60 points again. 71. I had lots of points earlier, but now we have 1,700 frickin' rocks. It's too many. We can't really do that. I have to adjust this in some way. So here's what we're going to do. Apparently we don't actually store that. Didn't need it. Here's where we're spawning more guys. So what's happening here is if new rock size is larger than the number that we're producing, then we get to generate it. But we could have that also be a factor that seems to be like 4 and then 3. If we add the total number divided by something, we can clamp it a little bit. So what we're going to want to do is quickly check for total number of rocks, which we have in here somewhere. I'm going to take a moment and throw one more log on the fire. Don't really need it, but I'm wanting it to not leave a dense bed of charcoal underneath there. I want it to burn up all of the wood properly. This should help. And then, so here's the thing. I should be able to make that a giant mess, but still be able to somewhat moderate the sheer number of those guys. Well, we seem to have, the way that the score thing is working is basically just like escalated to give yourself a feeling of freedom to continue to progress. And I think it is the total number of levels you can get through which is going to matter. And what that means is I need to make these higher levels play better. So here's what I'm thinking, because another thing I can do is if the rocks move faster, well then that is gonna help. So the positioning is working good. We can edit all of these to make the velocities created a little bit more aggressive. So we're generating these based on, you can have a negative velocity, but mostly you're doing positive velocity. So if instead we get a little bit saucy and start using golden ratios and stuff, and then find all the places where we're using that and swap it in. And that's on only one location. Oh, and this is also amplifying, so let's continue. Let's go and find everywhere we're using this dumb thing. Actually, can I do a global? I probably can't do a global search and replace. Hang on, that is completely wrong. What the actual hell did that think it was? Fine, you know what? We'll just do this manually and go from there. We're not quite doubling the size of everything, but we're going pretty hard. Because there's a second thing I'm also going to do. So firstly, I'm going to go into all of these random calls and change these lines so that everything's ramped up just a little bit more. That's the velocities. Shouldn't take that long, but this is going to be very effective. Also note that our score is moderated by velocities, so this is actually real helpful. But this is not what I'm thinking of at the moment, because what I'm thinking of is a way of running a really high level, having it be completely appallingly unmanageable, but not grind to a halt. because I feel like it doesn't have to be as dense with rocks as this. You don't even see most of them. And there is a way of adapting to that. We have even more. Look at that. There's going to be so many fast flying rocks, you're not even going to be able to think. Boop. And the velocities can randomly be added to the existing velocities, so this can get real unmanageable. First things first, let's see what it does like this. Our random values just escalated a little bit. Total maximum number escalated a fair amount. Oh, okay. That was aggressive. I wasn't really expecting that. Also note, they are physics objects, they do bounce. They can bounce. So I see the velocities ramping up real good already. It's very likely to clobber me pretty good. Okay, that was rapid. That guy was coming right for me. So, and again, you have to lead them. It's ballistic. It should be giving me points based on how fast they're going. So 28K. Oh man. Okay, some of these are going uncomfortably fast, I'm gonna say. I wonder if there's a way to have the bounciness give them like negative. Like if the bounciness leads to, man, some of those guys are moving so fast. 32K. 33. So if I'm hanging out near a really giant rock, it might shelter me a little bit. Oh boy. Okay, well, we're making really high scores as far as the total number of points. Trouble is, this is too freaking chaotic. Okay, so not being hit at the moment. We're going to do a little test of what happens when you're just rotating and trying to build more points than you lose. We've gotten to frame rate by mail territory again. I could also make the velocity more dangerous to you. So 1,200 rocks. This is too many. It's impossible to parse what's going on. And every single one of those has like 28 instances rendered all over the place. So that's not great. Not optimal. I don't know why that is. Oh, possible no reference exception. What's player difficulty when it's at home? Okay, so the velocity is the existing velocity. So that's something. So what we want to do, new rock size larger than X. What this needs to do is count the number of total rocks. So there's got to be a way of doing that. And I bet I can do it. We're going to check that just once. Also, shouldn't all of this be... Yeah, give me a second. Collided equals null. Everything should be within a collided equals null. There. No more warnings about collided, because now everything is within collided equals null. I wonder if it will let me reflow everything. Come on, yep. Actually, somebody had a suggestion of that earlier, I forget. It's a pity that this isn't going to let me You'd think it would let me reflow stuff. But I think it is not. Well, I don't care. Was it Command Tab or Space Tab? No. It was select everything and tap that. That's what. And let's not select things wrongly. Okay, so do you like that at all? How are you doing? Honestly, this should be fine. I don't understand what its little problem is. Oop. Well, well, well. Well, hang on. Do you even still build, or have I just broken you completely? All I was trying to do is make it prettier. That's all I was trying to do. Wow, look at all the points I got. So we're doing good frame rate at like 400 rocks. And in fact, it does still work, so for what that's worth. So I'm looking at this and trying to figure out whether it is nested or what it's doing. Here's another layer of new rock size. Here's another layer of new rock size. Those are even smaller ones. And then yet another layer of new rock size. We keep ramping up the velocity too, which is fine. Yeah, there's a lot there. I really would like to... What do we have available here? Come on. There's nothing in the refactor menu. Edit. Indent selection, unindent. Surely it can figure out what the correct indents for everything is? I'm really boggled at this. Much older, more primitive programs have been able to do this. I'm at a loss. I don't get it. When I say reflow, what I mean is it should be able to work out. It's so clever at working out so many of these things. it should be able to figure out what the indenting is supposed to be, or at least what it thinks the indenting is supposed to be, because I know this is still working code, but this is absolutely not what it thinks it is. Instead, it's all messed up. So perhaps what I do is I find all of this stuff here and I'll just manually change it. Shift Tab brings that in. Doesn't like this though. However, maybe it's happier with that. And then this is an if else. That would be within the if collided is null. Maybe it's fine. I mean, it runs. It runs. And, aha. Here's where we get the thing we wanted. Copy that. So if collided equals null, first thing we do is boost by velocity at length squared or whatever it is that we hit. But then, int too many equals get parent get child count, but we want to scale it back. So we're going to be doing these, but then it's this plus whatever too many is. So let's say it's 100. 100 converts to 1. So if we do that, too many may end up being 0 a lot. If it is 1,000, then too many becomes 10. See what happens when we start using it. Including here. Okay, so that should work. We can scale it as needed. We're running at a really high level. We're in the last 4 minutes of stream. And we're making everything go away like nothing else. So we can get up to about 600 rocks by getting really sloppy. No, 800. Everything's moving real fast. It's dangerous out here. As it should be, because I shot everything. You're not supposed to play it like this. But now that there's 800 rocks, what starts happening if I shoot really big ones? Here's a big one. Okay, we got 3 rocks out of that. That one almost came up in my grill. The speed they end up going at can be a challenge. 700, no, 900. Filling space with zaps in an attempt to not be instantly killed. 29,000 points. 1,000 rocks. I think this worked out, and we almost have playable and got whaled by a rock. Also, you don't get the high scores by filling space with rocks. Okay, so we got a goodly number of rocks here. So then the question is this a playable game, given that we ate frame rate pretty hard? What would happen if I ramped it even differently? I've already got it so it's killing me real good. If I simply count these up and go to larger numbers, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then too many become. Let's try it aggressively. So if we make it divide it by 10, that should really cut down on the number of possible rocks out there. Yep, I will. It's almost dinner time. Oh my god. I'm getting wiped out. Too many rocks. Okay, so this is interesting. Ooh, 306 points. That guy came and clobbered me. So it's definitely not safe, even though I'm not producing as many rocks this time. What's happening is the large numbers of additional ones are not spawning because they're not being allowed to spawn because we're already full. And 220 appears to be enough to really clamp down on these guys. So there's probably going to continue to be about 200 around here. You fire at even fairly large ones, and they're just gone. That's put a real solid limit on the maximum number. I can fire at an enormously large rock, and it's just done. Although once I cut it back again, when we actually cut down the numbers, they will continue creating more as we go. But this, see, that one created 2. So I didn't have so many that it was unmanageable. So this is producing around 200 or so rocks at any given moment, which is doing a pretty good job if the frame rate keeps moving. It might be somewhat dependent upon having a beastly PC. cutting it down this hard is making it much more playable, but much less challenging, and much less wacky and overwhelming. Which, given that wacky and overwhelming was part of the brief, that's a little disappointing. Here. See, we don't end up with the tiny ones. Let's fly real quick and see what happens. Can we make all the rocks literally get out of my way by just filling space with the zaps like this? Well, my score keeps going up. See, this should be a recipe for immediate doom. And instead, we're hovering at 170 rocks. So remember, when we had over 1,000, we had like succession of postage stamps and mail that was sent to give frame rate. This, on the other hand, is running real fast, but it's not challenging. The speeds we're getting are not... Oh, I remember I was going to let you have free breaks. Feel like that might be a kindness. So your special breaks are here. So we do not subtract points for hitting the brakes. Brakes are free. Oh, I would indeed like to add the Guardian. Also, I'm running a little bit over time. Let me do one final tweak. We'll go back to rock. 100 was too much, so not going all the way to 100. Okay, there's 77,000 points right there. We're at 186 rocks. There's 241. We can make there be 400. It's a little overwhelming. Okay, brakes. Go to a quiet spot, such as there is. Okay, that's about 500 rocks. Frames are still going. I think this is getting into the completely unmanageable zone. At least if you were trying to seriously play it. Particularly since a lot of these guys move real quick. Okay, big rock, gone rock. Ugh. That one nearly got me. There's very little warning about whether they're right up in your grill, which is as it should be because it's supposed to be hard, but get a score like this and it stops being as hard because nothing can hit you and actually do any damage. Like, see, I bounce off of this guy. Boink! Took me down to 670 points, but then we're right back up to a large number of points again just by wiping out lots of rocks. Alright, see you later, Ted. I am about to go myself. And again, we are looking to be at around 500 rocks. So this whole process And you can really see how many bots are in there too. Acceleration! Brakes are free. Okay, that's still giving us roughly 500. So if we push it a little harder, actually, let's go back to the 100 and see what happens. Because for a lot of these, we don't actually start on such a huge value. Okay, there's the 2,000 points. Getting hit by rocks. Still at about 174 though. Oh man, I'm getting nuked. $6,000, 7,000 points. So yeah, see, there we are. We have, oh God. We only have a couple of hundred rocks, but things are going completely bonkers. You're flickering too much. Go away. It's the velocities that are doing it. One of them got me. Sound effects is going to help this a lot. I keep missing that guy. That got me some points. How about this? That got me some points. Oh man, that's a really fast moving one. What happens if I chase it? That got me some points too. I do believe chasing fast-moving asteroids gets you better points. And not missing them. On the other hand, the chasing of them costs you in fuel. Okay, so there is 10,000 points. Oh, that one tagged me real good. I got that one just in the nick of time. Also, technically, we could still seek counterpart. But not from there. How about querying these ones? Nope, nothing from them. And we're up to 513 rocks again. More like 600. They really do sneak up on you, don't they? $100,000 points, anyone? We're so close. Got there. 100,000 points, and that didn't even kill me. And we have an almost playable frame rate, except for we don't really. So stuff hitting you and taking you down to the square root of what your score is. Very painful at this kind of high level. Square root of 11,000 might not be nothing, but it's way less than. You lose real fast. And we are currently looking at a vaguely acceptable frame rate. This being level 400 and all. Another thing that I could do is have the level that you can get to be restricted to how many points you've got. So that's an additional tension where it's like, yeah, finish up without being too completely boned, or you will not be able to go far. That one just barely missed me. Yeah, so with asteroid counts this high, it's really quite unmanageable. But with asteroid counts this high, well, the big ones don't explode into as many smaller ones. the whole balance of everything is quite interesting, because it's like I can make this be more ruthless in a bunch of different ways. All I'd have to do is scale it up so that the velocities are greater when the score is greater, and all of a sudden you're getting pegged by incredibly fast moving ones that you can't possibly see, which is the challenge with this kind of 3D asteroidy thing. It's like you cannot have situational awareness for the back of your head very well. You're just hoping that nothing comes through to nail you like these guys want to do. And hey, we've got the numbers down to lower than 600. But it's going to tend to hang around that amount. So I might want to come up with some frame rate calculating way where I can have this run and essentially make itself easier if the frame rate is just dying 1,000 deaths. Oh, and something has hit me because I'm down to 1,000 points. I missed that. Might have been that. So yeah, this would definitely be change the name to Never Tell Me the Odds. Because here we are flying through space, zapping all of these rocks. And no matter how many I zap, there seem to still be 600 or so. Honestly, I could make the frame rate run a little bit better by just pushing that. Comment time. And then I'm going to go and have tacos. It's 20 minutes past 5. But so I believe we are in, yeah, that's the collider. So we do have process, we do have delta. We can have something chase delta. Look at me not being finished. Well, isn't that usually the way? I get rolling on something and then I'm rolling on it and then there you go. So it's going to be another float. Difficulty has nothing to do with it. We're talking about average delta. And we can define them apparently, so we'll try that. And we'll start it as 90. And then we're going to use it as our scaling factor. And we're going to cast it. And then to do that, we have to put it all in parens, and then it's fine. So now it's 90. But over here, we get to do stuff with it. Here's physics process. Here's delta. That's the amount of space between frames. So still doesn't like that, does it? Oh, because that's a double. Or maybe not. Okay, what's making it unhappy now? Oh, you can't convert a double to a float. Yes, you can. You totally can. That said, delta doesn't get to be 0, but I don't think there's any... Well, also, this is a physics process. I want regular process. Yeah. Okay, we don't want that there. Let's move it. We don't want it in physics process. We want it here. Man, the indenting is wild. What even is this indenting? Alrighty, we started at 90. We're making it chase but not super fast. We can scale that up and down too. And we're doing 90 divided by delta. What happens? Okay, now I get out of dodge. Or I don't, because there's too many rocks. Okay, it is absolutely not dialing that back, is it? Have I got it counting backwards somehow? It's actually doing fairly well speed-wise, but it's supposed to keep it under that. So, delta is going to be a little small gap. Chase delta is starting at 90. So we're probably going to want it to end up being around 1. If delta is larger, that means there's more space between frames. We get to work with that. If the end result of chase delta becomes larger, that means that it allows more stuff to be in there. If it's smaller, then it's going to force less stuff to be in there. And delta is going to be a very small thing. So maybe making it even smaller is not helpful. What do we have when we do this? It'll be chasing real good, but it's simply an IIR filter is all that is. Now what do we got? Okay, going as hard as possible. Oh man, that's a lot of fast-moving rocks. That's horrifying. But we're restricting them a little tiny bit. This is death. Oh my god. Yeah, I have assured my death. That's completely horrible. But we're hovering around 900, so maybe I'm not wildly off base here. Be blowed up, all of you. Okay, that just made even more rocks. It's restricting a little bit, but it's still messy. Yeah, there is no frame rate. And it's death. That said, it could have gotten a lot gnarlier. So that got me to 1271. Let's say it is 30f as in 30 frames divided by delta. In fact, let's put the float elsewhere so that we can get a finer gradation on this. Let's use it in double precision and then cut it back. We can have it chase delta more slowly, not that it will probably make that big of a difference. One more. And then I'll go and have tacos. I've outlasted most of the stream at this stage. Okay, we got up to 990 rocks by going completely bonkers and making it completely unsurvivable. That's quite a lot. Oh, actually, no, we boosted up to 1,000 or more. But you're never supposed to play it like this. So the question becomes, can we moderate it in some way? The little tiny guys So let's see what we have available. 1200, huh? So here we create them. We're pretty good about not leaking stuff. case delta will end up being larger. Well, what happens if we start off delta at a different amount? We started it off rather high. We started it off at like 90. But what if we started off at 10 and see where it goes from there? What does it do then? At this very high level. Well, currently we have 35 rocks in here. They're just very large. So if we fire one, we have 41. So they are blowing up pretty good. We started it at a smaller number. That got us to over 500. So that part's still working okay. What I was wondering is whether I can... Oh, God. Okay, completely unmanageable at 600. You're not supposed to play it like this. If I set it up so that one hit nukes you, then it is insta-death trying to play it this way. You never survive. But it is limiting it to a suitable number of rocks. So my question becomes... So that's a good little explosion right there. I like the speed that they produce because that makes everything more unmanageable. What I'm thinking in the process of struggling with this is, what if I ran something where rocks can bail out if they are tiny and the number is too high, or like delta is too high? Because it's all very good making it be completely horrific like this. That's great. Love it. It's even doing a pretty good job of restricting its numbers, but then the question becomes, could I make any of these tiny ones self-delete if they are like tiny and not moving fast and the total rock count is too great? Can it like dial itself back to a few hundred, larger the better, moving as fast as possible? And then the ones that aren't contributing to the impossibility of it can go away. Because we don't necessarily need to be calculating all of these guys. Ideally, we want only the ones that are the most biggest problem. We've got it set up so that firing madly at the largest possible rocks, we're hovering around 1,000. That's enough to choke the frame rate pretty good. But like playing it like this is supposed to kill you immediately. There's bound to be a way of accomplishing that. So that got us to 1,000. So what is happening? What can we trigger that will cause this part of the routine to go? Also, what is this calling for? This is happening when something is not... Oh, this is, as you shoot one, it disposes of itself and then produces its own little children there. So So there we go. So we can do a test, not in process, that Chase Delta is doing that. That's updating the rendering server, but in physics process. Ooh, and this actually takes care of this gets fired when you're doing queue free. So let's see, what do we got? We've got things like our size, our velocity, so okay, so rock size, we got that. Copy this. Rock size, linear velocity. Let's not worry. Actually, I think we do this because length squared is quicker to calculate. Yeah, because then otherwise you have to do a square root. And what were we referring to here? It's up here. Chase delta. So that's becoming larger if it's good. And chase delta is also, chase delta is smaller if it's good. It's a very messy calculation, but it appears to be okay. Alrighty, so larger if it's good, we want it to be comparing against if it's smaller than something. Let's see if this makes all the rocks instantly disappear. It could. It totally did. Apparently there are still 35 rocks, but I don't see any. So that was much more aggressive than it needed to be. What if instead 0.01? Also, if linear velocity length squared is 0, then everything instantly dies, so we don't want that. Alrighty, so 0 no longer does anything with this. Let's see what happens this time. Up, and again they all disappeared. So, clearly we're not going far enough. Linear velocity plus 10, and it has to be larger than 0, 0, 1. Now what do we got? Eventually it will get to a point where the rocks don't all disappear. We just got to 35 rocks. I don't know whether it needed to start out being 35 rocks. Okay, so that's more along the lines of what I had in mind. Now we're not actually cutting things down, so we went the wrong way. Although that is in there working away as needed. And in fact, it may very well be doing something. But it's not doing quite enough. So we got up to 807. Let's see what happens if we pull that back a bit. It's now a little bit more willing to just, oh, it deleted everything. Okay, never mind. That was a bit weird. Okay, so instead we go back up to here because being divided by chase delta is clearly a little challenging. And we'll pull that back to length squared. We'll divide it in half. And then times rock size is supposed to make it more willing to have big rocks than small ones. We'll emphasize that a bit. And then divided by chase delta is what takes it back down again. Let's see. We'll push it to 0.02. And then let's see where we go. I know, I promised to go and have tacos soon. Okay, we got up to 700 and more. We are not putting any kind of limit on this. This is not dialing it back. Maybe it's trying. Okay, so .05. Chase delta needs to be lower than 1. If the frame rate starts to chug, chase delta should go up. I think that's how this works. All right, there's 400 rocks. We got to 600 rocks. Things are very unmanageable, but our total numbers do not seem to be. Okay, that got us to 800. 900 and rising. Firing at the big puppy there. Okay, we got to 1,000. And the frame rate is chugging. This is what's supposed to start making them self-delete. Also, we are not successfully taking out these. So let's do this. That might have an effect. We will free all of those things, and then we will do that. And then we will boost this up to 009 and go from there. So the idea here is if the frame rate starts chugging, it should be clearing up the little tiny guys. And 600, 700. Frame rate's kind of chugging, but then it's still grinding. $900. Trying to actually defend myself against some of these crazy things, although it's intentionally impossible at this level. $900. It does feel like these are bigger than before. Okay, we're still able to take it to 1,000. The question is whether this is actually doing anything at this stage. So 0.01. You think this plugin sounds great in Drumbus? It's a pretty wild plugin considering that it's a plugin full of rocks. I guess it's for a rock drum bus. Okay, taking it to we're at 0.01. We're firing at all of the biggest rocks in an attempt to produce unreasonable numbers of little rocks, which will then start getting culled on the basis of not being significant. We're still chugging. It's kind of responsive. Only kind of responsive. Let's try 0.2 and see if that's any closer. And we can also dial that back a bit. So the trick here is that sometimes it ends up going, delete all of the rocks, you're done. And I want it to be deleting them, but not deleting all of them just automatically from the start. Here we go. That's 915. It feels like it's trying to function. Like if I get this right, it's going to start dialing stuff back aggressively because it's doing this on physics process, but it's using the frame rate process to go. Well, hopefully it's good shit. No, I'm not offended by you saying that. You go ahead. You wouldn't believe what people were saying earlier, man. Okay, flying through the center of the rocks. I've been just holding down the blast this entire time. Okay, it hasn't deleted everything. Far from it. We bumped up to 1,000 again. I know, right? Go figure. So, high velocity, good. rock size, extra good. So we're cutting back. I'm pretty sure we're successfully cutting back some of the tiniest ones. Let's multiply it by 2 again. There, 260 rocks. More zaps. Let's go for the largest ones. Aha! Okay, we're starting to see a real solid effect here. One that is coming to kill me. Okay, now we're restricted to about 700. That's still enough to kind of have frame rate. And if I fire at more of these guys, the more that get created, the more it's going to tend to force the smaller ones to go. $657. Looks like I have found the spot. See, made all of those, but it's only 700 now. It is removing the little bitty guys on the fly to maximize the amount of giant, enormous asteroids coming to kill you. And it didn't delete everything when just starting either. I think I'm finding the setting. This will also adapt itself to player use. So we'll bump it all the way to 0.1. We'll drop that to length squared times 2 because we'll be less lenient of slow moving ones. Yeah. And now we're down to 100, 200. And now we have so many rocks that if something's not moving very fast, it just kind of disappears in the spot. So we want to emphasize rock size a little harder than this. Having larger rocks getting in the way is more useful. So there's a way to do that. We can continue to emphasize that. And this self-adapts because what happens is if it's not letting it do more, then all that's going to happen is it's going to start hitting the frame rate, at which point this kicks in. So it's self-adapting, but it's governing things by, and let's have it be +3 times rock size cubed. So it's going to really lean hard and hanging on to the largest possible rocks. We got to 400. I don't know why I'm not reaching that fellow. Oh, now I am. We got to 600. And we let things settle for just a little bit, and we still have a respectable frame rate. And a number of enormous fast-moving rocks that will absolutely kill me. Especially since I'm weighting it in such a way that the little fast guys that will absolutely kill me are favored. So it's essentially hanging on to only the most dangerous things. And the idea is, and that really should have killed me. and you settle down for half a moment. And that's still a fairly respectable frame rate. So now that we see that that can work, I promise I'm going to go and have my tacos. This is just too exciting. Imagine what it's going to be like when I have noises. It is extremely funny. I know it's funny and I'm fine with it. Okay, so I got a really bad frame rate, but I have an enormously amazing score for a brief moment until the giant rocks crush me to death immediately. And look, we're at 750, and it's completely freaking unmanageable. This is unplayable. You can't get to a level this high. See, I died. And I didn't even die previously. Back to level up high. Are they disappearing now? Why is it claiming that it's at 762 rocks? That can't be right. Well, we'll be figuring that stuff out in future. Let's drop it down to level 100 and see what that does. No, it's most likely going to be the weird techno music like I had in the previous one. Okay, so good frame rate here. And I just blasted off in that direction, but I did not think to shoot anything, so I have 0 points. Yay! That should be a lesson to me to go and have my tacos. Maybe running out of fuel isn't really the groove for this one. Although I shoot enough of this stuff, and boy, you're no longer running out of fuel, are you? Bidoo. Oh boy, look at that. So I definitely need to have the particle effects exploding off of that as well, because it'll be amazing. But yeah, the challenge factor of actually playing this, things will get unmanageable really quickly. And it seems to be, oh, and I died. I didn't quite die, but I could come very close indeed. $32,000 points. Let's go after this giant puppy. Or this one. Okay, they came right at me. It exploded in my face. Don't shoot at rocks that are coming towards you. That seems like a bad idea. We really ramped right up to around 600 rocks. So as long as we're derping around with that and it's scaled up that aggressively, what happens if we bump it like this? Okay, so that's level 100. We've got up to about 316. Remembering, of course, this frame rate cap is intentionally making things harder for the player. It's deleting anything that isn't a threat. By the time it's done, everything flying around wants to kill you, whether it be a giant rock ready to crush you or small, fast-moving ones that are going to come out of nowhere and obliterate you. So if it's keeping the numbers down, that's not necessarily a problem, because it's not keeping the difficulty down. Even if you're running on a potato, it'll scale back in such a way that it's still out to get you, even if you're running on a potato. And we seem to be at about 400 or so. Needs explosions, needs particle, needs many things, really. But the important thing, really, if I want explosions, if I want sounds, if I want particles, it needs to be able to run this and not drop frames. The whole point is have it be as tough as possible and be able to do this stuff and not drop frames. See, we're keeping, oh, look, it's the number of rocks of the beast. Strangely, they're not actually hitting me, but that's a matter of time. I could also remove the bullet hose aspect of it. Being able to just hold down that button and go, pew. Oh, here's another large rock. Something hit me. I'm down pretty far. And back up. See, and we are still under 700, and I've been going at this very aggressively. Although the way this is going, hit almost anything and it turns into nothing. When the numbers get down enough, you're able to see the little tiny guys. But again, it's deleting everything that isn't dangerous. Anything that's not moving real fast or being huge, like that one, is getting deleted. So something hit me again. I might be able to build up the points real fast, but the points giveth and the points taketh away. And the closer I get to the end, the more it'll hang on to all these little annoying tiny ones. Because it's going to keep having 500 no matter how far it has to go to do it. And part of that is how efficiently everything runs. Okay, it's 6. One more torture test, and then we're going to call it a day. 1000. Level 1000. What do we got? Oh, when I talk about tacos, I'm going to go and make tacos for dinner. Alrighty. Level 1000. Level 1000 wants to kill me. Oh, and the numbers, wow. Look at those numbers. It's trying its level best to give me frames. And it's going to do it by deleting everything. Okay. 400 rocks, 500 rocks. I should really be crushed by these rocks at this point, but something, for whatever reason, it's not registering that, possibly because they are illusions. 700 rocks. So I need to also keep building up the points. So level 1000 should not be playable. And indeed, I'm going to say this seems kind of unplayable. But it's trying valiantly to let me play it nevertheless. See, here we are accumulating points. It's trying to cut down the number of rocks. There's just too many. And they're all colliding with each other until there is no space in the universe at all. But they're trying to go. And it keeps killing me over and over again, but then if I keep firing, it keeps getting me more points, so we managed to escape somehow. I just want to see if this is able to, like, literally completely break and become unplayable. Because if running at this kind of frame rate, it should be deleting so many of those rocks. Like every physics tick, it should be getting rid of like everything. So that's kind of crazy. Well, we are at too large of a level of rock. I'm going to try one thing and then run that again. As this is meant to be unplayable, but supposing rock size doesn't get to overwhelm it quite as much as all that, in theory, that'll cut it back down again. I'm actually making beef tacos with a bunch of dried pinto beans also built in. Okay. Interest, we are firing many zaps. We're getting hit by many things. It keeps on recycling over again. I'm going to make it so that it kills you much faster in these conditions, but my point here is, can I make it so that it is keeping the frame rate playable even when the level is completely unreasonable? I feel like the sign's up. 0 points. Does that mean it says I died? Yes, it does. It just took me a while. Also, we are not resetting the rocks, and we're not playing it we're not restarting properly at this stage. So to take that madness and dial it back to something slightly more reasonable. Also, let's give more score to start with. I know I'm supposed to be going and having my tacos. You can see why I'm not, right? I'm making the asteroids delete themselves when they're too crowded. This qualifies as way too crowded. Let's see what it gives me. Can I go forwards without insta-dying? Okay, this is at 500. They are too damn crowded. But this gradually builds, you see. We are at 500 rocks. Mind you, there's 900 bots, and that is going to take a toll. But it's trying to pretend it's playable. See, we dropped right down to 543 rocks this time. I'm firing single shots now. 471. So that is definitely not because I haven't fired that many shots. No, that's it trying to compensate. It's trying to be playable. It's hilarious. See, now 300 rocks, because the frame rate is chugging so hard. That's why that's happening. And look, it got back up to a frame rate for a moment there. It's trying super, super hard. You can't hardly see anything at this stage. Oh, I wonder if I can get through to where I can see the background. And see, now it's trying to do it all at 200 rocks or so. It's just all of the bots there are getting in the way. But astonishingly, I'm not dead. I'm just barely capable of playing. Also, I have not adjusted the make it more difficult. Oh, let's just fire a lot of shots. How about? Give me more space. Magnus, come on. I thought I said that it was beef tacos. I'm not offended by vegans either, but okay, well, one thing about this, we don't have frame rate. Part of that is because of all the bots. There's 900 of them. That's arguably too many. But it's trying to have frame rate. Look at it go. So that's still at 650. Bump this to 0.25. And try it again. We do have a overcrowding situation going on here. Man, is it giving me a... I believe this is a factor of me shooting these really giant rocks. I think that's what's causing that. And that's making... So the thing I'm curious about now is whether I can make it so it goes to 1,000 rocks in unplayability and then everything deletes itself until it pulls itself back. Because I'm pretty much okay with it going to this unplayable state. if it's able to pull itself back. And I'm real curious if it can do that, because if it can do that, then everything could be adjusted. I can have like special effects going on, flashes and explosions. But we need to be able to dial it back from this level of completely unmanageable. The only reason I'm continuing to fire shots is so that I can continue to have points. But we're also forcing it to generate new rocks with the dial back this aggressive. Part of this is the physics engine choking. So yeah, this part of the game is to try to get through enough of these frames that it can delete a bunch of its rocks and go. I do have to keep firing occasional shots just to keep the numbers of the points up. But it really should be pulling back on those numbers. In fact, I know it is, because what I'm doing is firing, and that should be creating more rocks, except for it's not. Pulling them back a little bit. Not really enough, but a little bit. Maybe I can work my way over to where some of the bots are at. Oh, that's too close. That took me out. See, I keep firing shots and the numbers keep going down. It's just that there's so many of them and they are so crowded that it doesn't really help. But the general concept is good. Oh, and look at some of these ones that I haven't hit yet. That's big. And that one hit me. Down to 700. I'm trying to play the game at like frame rate of 2. But then this is the whole point, is can I run it on settings this extreme at a level this high, which you're not supposed to be able to get to necessarily. It should just crush you before this point. And have its frame rate recover from the snail mail frame rate. Or indeed cut down the... One thing I'm liking about this is that we're cutting down on the number of rocks, but I still can't see through to the background. It was always meant to be super high levels, you can't even see that backdrop. There's nothing but rocks to not get killed by. If I had it set up as get hit by a rock and you die, and we'd be talking about already instantly dead many times over. I'm building up so many points that repeatedly getting hit isn't actually taking me out. Direction to go. Starting to look almost like frames. Not really, but a little bit. Look at that. Can we get to it? Here's where the bots are at. They're keeping all the rocks at bay. Down to 412. Yes, I have no business still being alive under these circumstances. That clearly needs remedying. But for now, I just want to see what it does when overloaded this bad. And part of that is seeing whether we can get any of this stuff. I know, right? Well, no, I'm really not. Honestly, I'm not. But I'm seeing hints at frame rate at times. And it's giving me lots of score, I'll say that. Oh, up. Up into the clear. It's almost like frame rate is there, except for not. Oh, Magnus. I see another clear spot. Oh, the asteroids are moving so damn fast. Clear space, clear space. Part of this is simply the sheer number of bots, bear that in mind. Like, my frames are terrible, but there was a time when I couldn't run this many bots even without the asteroids. This is an excessive number. But we're clearing them. So, clear spot, clear spot, clear spot. Not for long. I'm filling it up with rocks again. Over 450. See, I'm intentionally making more so that the frame rate can start chugging, at which point some of them will disappear. Clear spot, clear spot. Hit bricks. Trying to fire individual shots now. We are still chugging real hard. Oh. The more we go, the more clear spots there are. Thing is, if we had really good frame rate for all of this, you could call it like a Twitch game. You could say, oh, hey, let's crank away at this, and the reflexes will protect me. It's not really quite like that. It's too much of it. All right, clear spot. Too many asteroids. That was a very slow chug there, so it should have cut down on the numbers a little bit. I want to also incorporate dust, but I don't currently have the ability to do that very well. So I'm going to hit the brakes and sit right here for a moment, or maybe make my way towards, look at that. That just got me pretty good, as expected. Frames started to come back. It's a pretty endless cleanup job, this. So if I can do anything to make the frame rate chug, it will have the effect of cleaning up some of the rocks in here. That one just about had me. Let's clean that one out. See, that's one way to get a lot of points very quickly, is blow up an extremely large rock. On the other hand, that just about killed me right there. Okay, that appears to be the level of frames I get to have there. My hope continues to be that I can winnow away at these until, like, some of the frickin' rocks go away. Maybe I can shoot in the direction where there aren't as many of them. Thin them out. We're down to about 400. So much so that there are many spaces that can be gone. And also, I mean, look at how many freaking bots there are. It's ridiculous. Each one of those has their own little brain. Each one of those has their little round spherical ID. I wonder if I can... Will it tell me where to go? Can I get to the next level? That would be quite ridiculous. Quite ridiculous indeed. Maybe I can go and hang out where these green ones are, because maybe they'll keep some of the rocks out of the way. See, if I hang out in the middle of these, nothing will hurt me, because they will bounce off of these brightly colored balls. They'll knock the asteroids out of my way. They'll protect me, he says, as the asteroid comes right for him. Oh, no. I repeat, I will hang out here. Look, it's the sky's even clearer now. I don't think it's a matter of being able to make it run smoother with the same number of bots and rots. Like, you have no idea how many things are going on here. Oh, and the numbers have cut down because of the sheer number of bots hanging out here. We're down to 141 rocks. So let's blow up this big rock. Or indeed blow up that rock. And then let's blow up this big rock. Because then the numbers will continue to cut down. I wasn't expecting it to cut down that much. And the way I've got it coded... Oh, there's such a violent explosion. If I had more frames for that, that would be really alarming. And now it's trying to get better frames even. It's about ready to kill me, but it's trying to get better frames. Back to 142 rocks. So this has been playing for like half an hour at 1 frame per second. And it's pulled itself out of it enough to be able to do this. I will poke it again. Blow up more of the biggest rocks and see what happens. See, down to 127. I can start shooting them individually now. And it's letting smaller rocks persist because it's really only caring about frames. This is like its hard limit for frames. And a lot of that is the bots. A lot of this is the bots. So damn many of these guys. Huh, that just missed. That hit. I think I see another large asteroid. So it'll tend to get rid of smaller ones. It'll tend to get rid of ones that are not moving. So I started this out with the entire space completely full of impossibly huge rocks. So this is not bad, being able to get to here. If you were able to do it with proper frame rate and with intentionality and actual risk of death, rather than just building more frames all the time, then that'd be another story. But quite something. Let's go and play with the green ones again. And we're down to 101 rocks. Sir? Avast. Does tend to send the little pieces flying. Okay, I'm hanging around with these guys. In fact, have any of you seen the one I'm supposed to be looking for? It would be completely hilarious if I ended up being able to actually move on to the next level by finding seafoam stucco. There's 900 of these guys and only one of seafoam stucco. And I'm surrounded by giant rocks. Which are being broken into smaller and smaller and faster moving pieces. Thing though is, this is such a large space. Look at what I've managed to do. Remember how this started? Now if it had great frame rate the entire time, that would be cool. But this is with 900 bots. 900 bots. You can see how many of them there are, and they're all instanced in every direction as well. So there's like a little cluster of like what we're actually seeing. And that is a stucco looking color, so shouldn't they be able to... Come on, guys. Give me a bone. Apparently not. Okay, all I was doing was looking for the one, you might have seen, one that looks like me. Okay, these guys, how about these guys? Ah, it's one of them responded. One of them responded. The frame rate is abysmal. One of them sent this away, I swear. These guys seem to be pretty stable. They were, now they're not. Watching to see whether somebody fires a zap in some direction. They're supposed to. Ah! You see that? It said that way. As part of the game, you're supposed to be able to find the counterpart. If I do, that'll be the funniest way to end the stream. I'm not going to say it's likely, though. I'm just getting kind of hung up on it because it would be so funny. Also, I've never played this game at this high of a level before. Technically, you're not supposed to necessarily be able to do this. It's supposed to have destroyed you by now. Yep, no response. Here's a batch of colorful boys. Moving around, playing. Come on. They move a little bit more lively at high levels too, so this is beyond the beyond. How about these guys? They're sort of lilac colored. It's a pair of them, Actually, it's a whole cluster of them. But I should at least be able to zap at them. Well, I am, but it's not helping. We're down to 26 rocks, though, so those are no longer as much of a danger. The challenge now, rather than obliterating the final rocks, is trying to find that one out of all of these. Anybody got a clue? The remaining rocks are actually moving at a pretty good clip. How about these red guys? They're probably not going to move around too fast. I can probably zap at them. Any hints? No? You know what? Space, the final frontier. This is the voyage of the starship Airwindows. Flying through space, trying to find its counterpart, named Stefan Stocko. Watch how I run into it, right? Among 900 other bots and the remnants of a whole bunch of rocks that I shot the heck out of for an hour. And that will be that. So I'll talk to you later. I'm going to stream again on Thursday. With a bit of luck, I'll have some of this stuff sorted out. In any case, this has been an amusing indulgence of fooling around with all of this craziness. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.